Okay. Ms. May? Sure. They got stopped. Okay, I call to order the committee of the whole board meeting at 5:00 p.m. on Thursday, 8/8/2024 in the boardroom of Oak Park and Forest High School, and ask for roll call, please.
Mr. Briskin?
Here.
Dr. Maharaj? Here. Mr. Arkin?
Here.
Ms. Williams-Lee? Here. Dr. Livingston? Mr. Brandhorst?
Here.
And Mr. Kosky?
Here. I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employer or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase of compensation for a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. Collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. In self-evaluation practices and procedures for professional ethics, we're meeting with a representative of a statewide association of which the public body is a member, and litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the findings shall be reported and entered into minutes of the closed meeting. Second. And thank you. A roll call, please.
Dr. Maharaj? Yes. Mr. Arkin?
Yes.
Ms. Williams-Lee? Yes. Mr. Briskin?
Yes.
Mr. Brandhorst?
Yes.
And Mr. Kosky?
Yes. The yeses have it. We are moving to closed session, please.
We're live.
Tom,
Wait, but you write something down on a piece of paper. I'm not doing this. We're making a little wage here. Are we live?
we are live, yes.
Okay, all right, sorry. We are reconvening open session and we will continue on our agenda to, adjust my screen a little bit here. We had a public comment. Okay, give me a minute. It's on a piece of paper. Wait a second. I got a half a tree here. Are there any public comments?
None.
Our next agenda item is approval of the minutes. I move to approve the June 6, 2024 Committee of the Whole minutes as presented. Are there any corrections, adjustments that need to be made? Okay, me.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Our first section of discussion is finance. And Dr. Johnson, you'd like to call the order on that.
Yeah, happy to. So the first item is the discussion on debt certificate parameters and resolutions in anticipation of a board vote 2 weeks from today. This is specifically for our work on project 2, and it is in compliance with strategic plan priority 4, board goal D last school year, and district policy 420. So with that said, we have our guest, Elizabeth Hennessy. It's a pleasure to see you again. Are we going directly to you, or should we go to?
No, I would say you introduced it well. We are kind of at the kickoff of the debt certificate issuance. Just a little bit of background. It was put in the kind of what led us to here. At our last CFC meeting, there was some option presented both on the pros and cons of going to market now versus waiting. The CFC felt strongly it would be appropriate to go out sooner. So we've now started our preparation and we will walk through the process tonight. So with that, I turn it over to Alyssa.
Thanks, Tony. Can we share the presentation?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it up. Give me a second. Yeah. I have to log in here. Give me a second.
So while he's pulling that up, I'll just mention, we've got 2 things on your agenda tonight with regard to this topic. The first one is approval of a reimbursement resolution. So what that allows the district to do is to pay itself back from the proceeds of a debt certificate for capital projects that you've already spent money on, going back 60 days. And then going forward up to 3 years. So it's really kind of a reassurance thing. If, for example, you get delayed on some of your expenditures as you move through this process, because you've already spent some money, you can use this reimbursement resolution to pay yourself back from the debt certificate proceeds based on money you've already spent. So this may not be used at all, but again, it's just a nice thing to have in case you run into delays in the construction project. The other thing we're going to review tonight is the parameters debt certificate resolution. As Dr. Johnson said, it's not going to be approved tonight or up on the agenda for approval, but it will be on August 22nd. So we can talk a little bit about that. That is the only action the board will take formally to allow the issuance of the debt certificates. It it is a parameters resolution that sets forth maximums in terms of the interest rate, the annual payment, the principal amount. It's good for 6 months. It gives the team flexibility to get into the market as soon as possible. And if something is goofy in the market that makes us want to wait, we do that too. So it really provides flexibility. Now, the actual sale will be subject to final approval by board representatives that are identified in that resolution, and those are the board president and the assistant superintendent for business and finance.
Okay, can we get that?
Yeah, it's coming.
Presentation up?
It's coming. Here.
Oh, great.
Second. Yeah, 1 second. Let me start slide.
All right, we ready? Thank you. Okay, so let's jump right into page 4. I want to start with updating you on the on the bond market. We had an exciting week. Last week, the Fed spoke and said, based on economic factors, they're looking at the first rate cut this September. And then that was backed up by 2 numbers that showed unemployment higher than the market expected. So that drove interest rates even lower and caused many market participants to anticipate up to 3 rate cuts in 2024. It also caused kind of a panic. I'm sure maybe if you were watching the stock market, you saw it go down by 1,000 points as the pundits were saying recession is coming, hard landing. Well, that is all reversed course a bit this week. And stock market is back up, maybe not to where it was, but very close. Interest rates are up too from their drop. It was a drop of 28 basis points in 2 days. That's 0.28%. We've now taken back about 0.15%. So we're still lower than where we started before the Fed spoke last week. But the market is still kind of shaking around after this kind of new news. And so we're going to be watching it very carefully, but we expect we are going to have lower interest rates as we go into the fall, which is kind of perfect timing for this issue. So what we're looking at here in this graph is the AAA municipal market data rates, interest rates for AAA rated municipal bonds. The dark blue line is the 30-year average for every data point along this 30-year graph, and the yields are on the y-axis. So the normal yield curve has short-term interest rates lower than longer-term interest rates. The red line is where we are now. So after many Fed rate increases over the past several years, 11, the short-term rates are higher than the long-term rates. But this graph has changed a bit from the last time we looked at it, in that the short-term rates are not as high as they were. But the red line, as you see, they're higher than the 30-year average up to 5 years. And then it's really nice to see from 5 years to 30 that red line is pretty substantially below that 30-year average. So it is really a nice time to get in the market with tax-exempt bonds. The next page looks at taxable rates. So this looks at the record high and low treasury rates versus the current market. Again, the blue line is the typical yield curve going back, the averages going back to 1996, and the red line is the current market as of August 5th, that was Monday. So you can see those short-term rates are still elevated, not quite as much as they were the week before, but these rates are again moving around, a bit volatile, but you know, it's been as high as 5%, 5.50 in the 1 year, but now it's just about 4.30. So we can see that those short-term interest rates are higher, and those represent the interest rates that you have the opportunity to invest the bond proceeds in as they're being spent, as well as your district funds. So these nice high short-term rates have provided tremendous opportunity over the last year for the district to earn more interest than it has historically. Okay, so now let's talk about the non-referendum financing option we've been talking about for over a year. So we're talking about financing project 2 and the issuance of debt certificates. The estimated project cost is holding at $102 million. The district's plan to use operating fund balances of about $44.2 million. Imagine Foundation donation proceeds are estimated at $12.5 million, and the debt certificate proceeds at $45 million to $80. So when we're going to look at the issuance here, we're also going to look at the investment of proceeds. The district, Tony was nice enough to send me an update from Gilbane. They're really moving quickly on the project and have already started to make some of those large project draws. And according to the draw schedule, we'll most likely spend these bond proceeds in about 13 months. This next page shows our current estimate as of August 5th. So as I said, rates have popped up a little bit since Monday. Again, we expect some volatility going forward all the way to September, but the trend mostly towards lower rates. So the debt certificates are repaid over 20 years. They're repaid from the operating funds of the districts. The O&M fund in particular, we call it O&M fund revenues. Really, any unrestricted revenue of the district may be pledged to the repayment of these debt certificates. So the payments are now at about $3,215,000 a year. I think when we were originally looking at this, in Brian's projections, he was looking at closer to $3,320,000, something like that. So we're lower annual payments, lower interest rate, estimated all-in true interest cost 3.79%. Okay. So just to review where we're at the financing schedule, as Tony mentioned, we had discussed the strategy of moving forward on this sooner rather than later at the Community Finance Committee meeting on June 11th. On the 23rd, we distributed the first draft of the preliminary official statement. That's the offering document that investors get that describe to them the opportunity to buy bonds and important facts and figures about the district's financial situation. So you received the reimbursement resolution and the parameters debt certificate resolution in your board packets. Yesterday, we spent about an hour on the phone with Standard & Poor's going through a very detailed bond rating presentation. Becky Johnson and Tony did a fabulous job, as well as Brian. We kind of split up the sections and really put our best foot forward. I think a very strong presentation to the bond rating agencies. You know, as you know, we're looking at a new fund balance policy, a new philosophy, bringing the fund balances down between 25 and 50%, where they've traditionally been north of 50%. So, you know, the rating agencies are taking a close look. We will get the answer back next week. But I think it went very, very well. Tonight, we're reviewing the bond issuance plan, the parameters debt certificate resolution, and approving the reimbursement resolution. We will have our due diligence call on the offering document on August 15th. We will mail that official statement to investors for a competitive bond sale. Now, assuming the district's rating comes in where it has been historically at the AAA level, or even the AA+ level, the district will be well served with a competitive bond sale, assuming we have this nice kind of stable, lower interest rate market that we're kind of gliding into here at the end of August and early September. That's where the information, the official statement is posted on a website that is accessed by all broker dealers. And then on the day of the sale, those broker dealers put in their very best interest rate bid. And then we award the bid to the lowest qualified bidder. So, you know, typically for strong rated districts, we get, you know, 5 to 7 bids if it's a good stable market. So I think we'll have a very active sale. District hasn't been in the market for a super long time. She knows, zero debt. So I think investors will be very excited to see the district's bonds and have the opportunity to bid on them. So that'll happen on the 27th or the 28th. And then we'll close the debt certificates on September 10th. That's when the district will get bond proceeds and be able to invest them according to its construction draw schedule. So just a word about arbitrage rebate and investment earnings. Generally, the federal government does not want you to earn interest on the bond proceeds, on the investments, the bond proceeds, in excess of what's called the arbitrage yield on bonds. Basically, the federal government doesn't want to give you, the district, the opportunity to issue bonds where they don't make any income taxes, because as you know, tax exempt means the interest payments to the investors are not subject to income tax. They don't want you to turn around and make money investing in taxable securities unless you meet certain exceptions. One of those exceptions is spending the proceeds within a certain time frame where you hit interim targets. So we're going to look at some of those targets. Typically, if you don't hit those targets after 5 years, you need to do a calculation and figure out if you did in fact make more interest on the investment of proceeds at a higher rate than the yield on the bonds. And then you have to write a check back to the IRS. This has not been a problem for a super long time because, you know, up to the last year and a half, interest rates have been so low, especially short-term interest rates. But now it is a problem and an opportunity. So, if we look at an update on Treasury yields, as I mentioned, based on the draw schedule, the district is spending its money on a monthly basis. It's debt certificate proceeds over a 13-month period. On average, if we just divide that by 2, given the payments are somewhat equal, it's about a 6-month average life. So if we look at your investment opportunities that must comply, of course, with your investment policy and are really restricted to kind of US government securities, the yield on a 6-month treasury bond as of August 6th was 4.82. So that's the number I'm going to use in our estimate of interest earnings. And the estimated arbitrage yield on the debt certificates as of August 6th is 3.14%. Arbitrage yield is a little lower than what I was showing you in a few slides earlier, the all-in true interest cost at 3.79%, because that includes an estimate of the underwriter's discount, which will be put into the underwriter's bid in a competitive sale, and the cost of issuance. Those include the cost of getting the bond rating, bond counsel who provides the legal opinions, disclosure counsel, and municipal advisor, as well as a few other things. Let's go to the next page. So the exceptions to arbitrage I mentioned, the small issuer, you issue 15 million or less in a calendar year, and then the spend down exceptions. Go to the next page. The district meets the 18-month spend down exception. That's where within 6 months, you spend 15% of the proceeds, within 12 months, 60%, and with 18 months, 100%. Within 30 months, all reasonable retainages must be spent. And that refers to money that sometimes a construction manager makes you put money aside for the bond proceeds. While they're going through the process and when everything's spent, they want to make sure they have money left over if there's any disputes. So that's what reasonable retainage is, and it's usually about 5% of the bond proceeds. Okay, there's also a spend down exception for 24 months. So if for some reason the 18-month doesn't actually work out, you can go back to this 24 months. It's also totally accepted from arbitrage rebate. It's just we have to pay careful attention to how those bond proceeds are spent. Someone needs to track it, track those investment earnings, and make sure you're spending both the proceeds and the investment earnings within these targeted amounts. And in fact, if you miss just one of those target amounts, the whole issue is subject to arbitrage rebate. So let's look at the spend down. So if we assume we're issuing the 45,280,000 and we're closing September 10th, 2024, we meet the exception to arbitrage rebate. Hopefully you can see this on your screen better. So September's our issuance, we close September 10th. The first 6 months is March of 25. We need to spend 15% based on your draw schedule. We're spending 33.8%. So no problem there. Then we get to 1 year, we're supposed to spend 60%, we've got 95% spent if you stick to the spend down schedule. So, and certainly 100% is gone by March. I mean, in this case, you're spending debt certificate proceeds first, your money second. And we always suggest you spend those proceeds first, because your own money, you are not restricted on the investment, right? You just get as the best returns you possibly can. You don't have to worry about this arbitrage stuff. So based on this drawdown schedule, we're looking at that 482 6-month T-bill rate. This would generate approximately 1.35 million in interest earnings that you apply back into the project 2. And just for example, if you miss one of these spend down targets, whether it's the 18-month or the 24-month, the whole issue is subject to arbitrage rebate. And based on the arbitrage yield of 3.14%, that would mean you'd have to pay back to the IRS about $482,000. So we want to make it on the spend down. And based on all these estimations, it looks like there would be no doing that. Okay, so that's all I got in terms of a presentation. Can I answer any questions?
Very clear. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
And mine earlier, writing for them.
I'm just curious about how you define how we're going to spend. Was those state targets. Does that mean we have to actually pay the bill, or is that what we committed the funds and something?
Yes, so what we would be doing would be by passing the resolution to allow us to reimburse ourselves. Anything that we have already paid out would be able to be paid back. We basically use those proceeds to pay ourselves back. And then each month, as the monthly draws come in from Gilbane, we would use the proceeds of the sale of the bonds to or the debt certificates to pay the bill that month.
And what is our confidence level that these 3 or 4 targets?
Extremely confident. We've been very Gilbane's been very accurate in their draw schedule so far. And because of the sequencing of the work over the next few years here, we've got we know what is being done at what point in the schedule, and then we know what those bids were. So even if some of the work was done, say slightly under budget, we're still well ahead of the schedule we need to be on.
Just one more question is, so it sounds like what's at risk by not meeting those deadlines. I mean, that should something go wrong, we just know. What's at risk is the arbitrage earnings, but nothing else. There's no other.
Correct,
penalty
it's
or
the
anything
interest
else.
earnings, you know, instead of 1.3 million, it's gonna be 800,000. You're gonna have to write that 482 check back in our example. So it's not gonna take away from proceeds, it's just gonna hurt you on the ability to put that interest back to work.
And just kind of as a look ahead to what happens is once the sale closes and we receive the funds, they get invested in their own individual account, and the investment firm will track the interest earnings on that for arbitrage. And then they will pretty much on a monthly basis be looking at what are we drawing down compared to our schedule. So we've got both our internal tracking, and then the investment firm will give us a second set of eyes on that and tell us if they see any risk coming down the road.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not, maybe I'm missing something, I'm not understanding why. If we would go out. And finance the entire amount that was approved. All right, at the beginning of the project. When we have a fixed amount that has been approved from our fund balance. We also have a variable amount that we will receive from the Magic Foundation. And then it was my understanding that this was on the top end. That we may not have to use our entire capacity. Under certain circumstances, what was approved from debt certificates. And then I'll give you an example. Let's just say for example, the Imagine Foundation, instead of raising $12.5 million, it was 25. That additional $12.5 million, is that sitting now in our fund balance, or will we reduce this indebtedness? I thought we were going to purchase these debt certificates as we go as needed, as the project went on. I might be wrong about it. Seems to me that this is accelerated at the beginning of the project because there's the ability to in interest, difference in interest rates to capture, $1,357,000. Okay, my other question is, what is the cost of the interest that we will be expending by not waiting?
So
If we're borrowing the entire $46 million, $45 million. All right, day one. All right, instead of after expending our own $44 million in our fund balance and whatever would be provided, I know there's some timing issues until the Imagine Foundation, and then this would, I've always thought this was the top end and would be somewhat variable. Now I'm being told something a little bit different that I'm not understanding. All right, and what is that in interest? I mean, let's say we borrow these for 14 months until we get into that top $43 million of expenditure. What's that interest cost?
I'll get that for you, but first of all, we never showed the board ever one option where we issued multiple pieces up to 45.28 million. We always had assumed issuing it December 1 of 24. This moves it up to September, so it moves it up 3 months. So there is an additional interest cost for that, and I'll get my calculator, and I'll get that for you. But, the advantage of moving this ahead that we talked in at length at the CFC about was that you're actually earning more than you're paying on the bonds, on the debt. So you're in a positive arbitrage situation. So the cost is offset by the interest earnings through the construction schedule. Clearly, when the debt proceeds are spent, then you're making the payments. But the payments are right now, as I mentioned earlier, less than we projected by almost $100,000. So I hope that helps.
Now, these interest rates, I assume, are fixed,
They are.
okay? And, so if we buy in September. All right, after the Fed lowers interest rates. What if the Fed, we're stuck at that interest rate, and if the Fed goes ahead and lowers then in October, November, and December. We could, by delaying, we could be capturing a lower interest rate, right?
That's right.
That may offset a portion of this $1,057,000.
The other problem though is if interest rates continue to go down and the Fed lowers interest rate, then it's going to really affect the short end of the curve, where you're able to lock in the positive spread between short-term investment rates and longer-term tax exempt municipal rates. So it's going to affect both the investment side and the borrowing side. But the thing is, you know, as a municipal body, and as your municipal advisor, you know, I don't recommend playing the market, if you will, of taking a risk that interest rates go down. There's certain economists who say if the election goes one way or the other, interest rates are going to go up. It's a risk. So from my point
I
of view,
understand that.
we have a bird in the hand in terms of lower interest rates than we had when we were talking about this a year or so ago. And we have the additional benefit of still being able to lock in those short-term high rates, that kind of 6-month rate I was showing you on a T-bill, to kind of lock in our positive earnings during the constructions.
But I don't think you answered my question about what if we don't need all of the 43, whatever it is, 45,300,000.
At that point, what we would do is it would be something that would be discussed. We'd have a few strategies here. Off the top of my head, the most likely scenario that I see playing out is the excess savings from the fund balance that gets earmarked for project 3, and it would mean the need to issue less potential debt down the road for the future project.
Okay, so we wouldn't be redeeming these bonds. I thought we would just be spending over. That was my understanding. I guess I must have.
I have 2 questions. One is in the memo that is presented, it says that the authorization is for $46,500,000. And yet everything shows $45,280,000. What's that $1,000,003 differential?
So the 46.5 million is a not to exceed number. Right now, most bond issues are premium bonds, so I expect the actual par amount will be even less because we're sizing it to generate exactly 45.28 million. However, over the last several years, we have had investors, and we have no way to predict this, especially in a competitive sale, come in and request discount bonds. That's where the interest rate to the district is lower than the yield on the bonds. And that sometimes happens in those longer maturities. In that case, we have to issue more debt certificates at a, and they're priced at a discount to get you exactly the 45.28 million. So that's why it's a not to exceed 46.5. Did I lose you?
Yeah. Anyone else get lost? Huh?
So, you know, it is a little confusing.
Yeah.
When any bond issue that you buy, it has a coupon rate and then it has a yield. Okay? The yield and the coupon rate are different things. Typically these days, bonds are purchased at a premium or more than 100% of the purchase price. So if you're buying a $10,000 bond, you might, that yields 3%, you might pay $12,000 for it. And you're gonna get only $10,000 back par amount, principal amount, but you'll get a higher interest rate, like a 5% versus the 3% yield. That exact same thing can happen with a discount bond, where that $10,000 bond, you're gonna pay as an investor $9,500 for it. Then your yield is 3%, but the interest rate you get back may only be 2.5%. That's a discount bond. And in that case, the dollars that the investors are paying you are less than the 45.28 million. So to get you 45.28 million, we have to issue more to get you that exact amount. So that's why we have that cushion and that not to exceed it. A little bit better.
Little better, but I know one thing, and it's why I'm not in the bond business, okay? So we'll move on to my second question, or just a statement, and it somewhat relates to what Fred was asking, but it's my understanding that, you know, when we talk about interest rates, that the rates today have within them already baked in 3 cuts in rates, correct? So I mean, if
That's correct. That certainly was correct on Monday.
yeah,
Now it might
okay,
be
I know this week has been volatile, but I'm just saying that so that the rates are already assuming that is going to happen. So anything in terms of, you know, beating that, it would be more than 3 that would get us into the lower than where we're at. Forgetting, is that number?
That's true. And
Okay.
predictions for the first quarter of 25 are gonna come into play if we have information that, you know, I don't know. But
Okay.
the idea here is that we move to get the money in the bank for you now to lock in this nice positive arbitrage situation.
Yes.
So. Just thinking about that scenario, let's say the foundation raises 20 million, or whatever, right, that we're not expecting. When we issue this fund debt, we don't have the option of paying, right? Like,
You
or there'd be
do,
a
but it's
penalty.
not right away.
Yeah, okay.
See, municipal bonds, unlike a mortgage, they have a 9-year call protection. Investors just demand that,
Sure.
or else they're going to charge you a much higher rate.
Right.
So,
So it wouldn't make fiscal sense to do. Right, okay.
And the other thing, Tim, and this was just discussed at the CFC, just to your question, to answer what the risk is. The thing that stuck in my head is we're really spending 100 million and we're only borrowing 45 million. So if we were borrowing everything we needed, then, you know, the timeline and the risk would be good because we would need to have spent every penny. We're spending at twice the rate we're borrowing. So that is my understanding of why we're so safe, because we really are only spending, we're only borrowing less than 50% of what we're gonna be spending. Does that help? Okay.
And just to follow up, just since you mentioned CFC, This was generally the same presentation that was given to CFC, the same set of information materials.
The same.
This is updated.
This is the same concept was presented. Obviously, we didn't go through the roller coaster of the last week, and so anything that's current to that. And you know, there was information really presented at that time showing what a September issue would look like and what a December issue would look like, and how you know how they're different. And
a strong consensus that CFC is proceeding with it.
the consensus of the CFC was to accept the recommendation of our advisor in this context.
I know you mentioned this during your presentation. Can you repeat what happens in the event that interest rates actually increase this fall or the first quarter?
So it's just gonna mean that the debt service is gonna cost a little more. But we're really looking short term. I mean, we're looking at pricing August 27, 28. I mean, we could have things change. But once they're locked in at pricing, that's it, they're set. Interest rate risk is off the table after that point.
In either direction.
Yes.
And that date is
August 20, I'm leaning towards August 28th. There's some releases in the economy on the 27th, so 28th is my recommendation for pricing.
Okay.
For Wednesday.
okay. Any other questions? Okay, so again, recapping, my understanding is we will be voting today on one thing, right?
Reimbursement resolution.
Yep, so today, at the special, you'll vote on to pass the resolution that following the eventual issuance of this, that the district's allowed to reimburse itself with the proceeds of the sale for the project to expenses today.
And those two are independent, meaning, you know, if we vote that and then by chance don't vote for the other one, we're not, there's no tie to them. I mean, it's a resolution that just falls apart.
It hangs out there. If you issue other debt, it could apply to that.
Okay, I'm just making sure that there's no finickiness because of the fact that we're doing this 2
They
weeks
won't
apart.
take it.
Okay, good. All right, very good, thank you. Yeah,
All right, next up is, Mike John, next up is our fiscal year 25 tentative budget. This is our second draft of the budget, and this is the one that we are asking the board to vote on at our special meeting after this meeting to put on put up for inspection publication on our website. So with that said, I will turn this over to Tony Armguest and Brian Imhoff, who is zooming in to the meeting. I should note this is in line with 594 and district policies 220 and 410.
Great, yep, following the standard timelines here for the district for the annual budget. We've got our outline here, the tentative is really the current major milestone that we're at. We need to present it and have that approved. It gets put on public display, and then it's a mandatory step before the final budget is passed at a future board meeting. And with that, Brian, I will turn it over to you, and then you just want to tell me when it's clicked through for a slide for you. I will move it along for you.
I think he's,
Yeah, I actually shared from my end, Tony, so I'll drive if that's all right.
Perfect. Then I will click.
Okay, so as Tony mentioned, tonight we're bringing forth the tentative budget for fiscal year 25 for the board's review. And I've put together this presentation as kind of a high level overview. So I did want to point out also that, you know, for any community members watching, that the meeting packet does contain a written report and also some financial exhibits for anyone who may be in search of more details regarding the budget. So then to get started, I have a quick recap of our budget timeline, and Tony just hit on most of these as well in his intro, but you can see the budget spans a period of about 9 months of our fiscal year. So it's an ever evolving document. And we do have 3 major checkpoints along the way. So back in June, the CFC was given an in-depth look at the preliminary version of the budget. Then tonight, we've got the tentative budget as our second draft, and that's the version that gets placed on public display. And then finally, in September, we will have a public hearing on the budget, and then the board will move to adopt the final version. So how does our budget get compiled? For expenditures, we utilize a zero-based budgeting method. And what that basically means is that we start from scratch each year with a budget of 0, and all dollars added must be justified in some fashion. So for example, salary and benefit budgets get developed by individual employee. Our capital budgets get built from bid awards and draw schedules, and then all of the other spending areas are derived from itemized requests that come from our various district budget managers. On the other side of the ledger, our revenues primarily get driven by the annual tax levy, but then there are a number of other factors as well, such as enrollment and economic conditions that can go into some of the estimates used for predicting our other sources of revenue. So now we'll move into some more specifics regarding the fiscal year 25 budget, and we'll start with revenues. So property tax revenues, as I was mentioning, are driven by the levy that gets approved by the board each December. That is our largest source of revenue. And in 2023, that levy was set at an increase of 3.5% plus new property, which when we add that all together, it came to 4.36%. Now, because that levy was less than the maximum 5% that was permitted under PTEL, it meant about $1 million was left in the hands of district taxpayers this year. Our corporate personal property replacement taxes, or CPPRT, have been a very volatile source of revenue recently. These revenues come from businesses and partnerships, and they were at an all-time high in fiscal year 23, but have since declined sharply, and all indicators are that those decreases will continue in the near future. So we're currently budgeting for a 13% drop in those revenues for fiscal year 25. Interest income, as we've kind of been discussing in the debt item of the agenda, is projecting very favorably still as interest rates remain elevated for the moment. Now, if we look ahead, these revenues are expected to peak for us in fiscal year 25, as rates have recently started to decline and are kind of projected to decline further as the year goes on. But we also have to take into account the fact that we'll have fewer fund balance reserves available to us for investing because they'll be needed to fund Project 2 in the following year. And lastly, on this slide, we're budgeting several grant revenues to decrease as we enter the final year of our COVID relief grants. And the state also continues to prorate some of its special education reimbursements. However, on the bright side, the state's fiscal year 25 budget did include a one-time capital grant specifically for OPRF in the amount of $3.5 million. And that's kind of keeping our total grant revenues inflated for the time being. Some of the specific details are still forthcoming on that grant, but our budget is built in anticipation of receiving half of that grant this year and half next year. Next, we have a summary of the revenue budget in comparison to last year's actual revenues. In total, within that blue box on the right side of the slide, you can see that revenues are projected to be about 7% higher this year. With property taxes making up about 75% of the district's revenue budget, that top line there always moves the needle the most. But the line below it, labeled other local sources, is also making some noise this year to the tune of about $2.7 million in additional revenues. And that's because of budgeted increases that we're seeing in interest income as well as the Imagine donations. Altogether, our total revenues this year are budgeted to be about $108 million. So switching over to some notable expenditures, personnel costs always make up the largest component of a school district's budget. Fortunately, this year, the salaries for all of our staff groups have already been approved and factored in to our tentative budget. Now, there will be a reconciliation that occurs after the first full staff payroll of the school year in late August, just to ensure that any turnover has been properly accounted for, and that we've got a proper accounting of all of our staff. But the fact that no contracts are still being negotiated produces a higher level of confidence that, if anything, this area of the budget will move down as opposed to up between now and September. In employee benefits, health insurance makes up more than half of our costs, but it's always been a challenging area to forecast for the budget because our plan year aligns with the calendar year rather than our fiscal year. So that means our renewal doesn't typically get settled until October. So throughout the summer, we're working closely with our insurance advisors to monitor claims experience to give us a better feel for what increases to expect before the budget's final adoption. Preliminary estimates for the January 1st renewal are currently approximating a 7% increase, which actually aligns exactly with the assumption used in our financial projections. But when we combine that increase with the increase we had in calendar year 2024, it actually produces a budget increase. So this is on the fiscal year basis now of 9.9% for fiscal year 25, specific to healthcare. Meanwhile, the retirement contribution rates have remained stable. So that does help mitigate the overall increase that we see in employee benefits to some extent. Then in the third bullet point, this is looking at a consolidation of purchase services, supplies, and equipment. We're seeing some elevated budget numbers in these areas for a couple different reasons. First, we had some unforeseen needs that had not been identified within our previous financial projection. Some specific examples here include enhancements to the security camera system to address blind spots within the building, and also the purchase of some student laptops for our engineering labs. The second category contains expenses that were included in the previous financial projection, but they had to be accelerated to this upcoming year. In this case, we had a math textbook adoption that was expected to be phased in over 3 years, but had to be moved up fully to fiscal year 25 because the books that we were currently using were no longer available for students to purchase. Then the last category is for contractual cost increases that exceeded our assumptions. We had new contracts for transportation, electricity, and natural gas that all got entered into within the last 18 months. And those replaced contracts with rates that had been more favorable to the district. As part of our periodic reviews of the long-range financial assumptions with the CFC, both of these types of contracts had been identified as assumptions that needed to be amended to kind of help prevent similar surprises from occurring in the future. So those changes have already been incorporated into our current version of the financial projection model. And then at the bottom of this slide, we're all aware of the significant capital work that will be going on in fiscal year 25. And we do have a new expense line budgeted this year for the interest expense pertaining to the issuance of our debt certificates. Slide 7 presents expenditures in terms of dollars. Again, there's a section circled in blue here, and that's showing that the budget increase for operating expenditures is approximately 9% higher than what we spent in the previous year. Now, even though that increase is not far off from our expected revenue growth, we do recognize that continuous budget increases of that magnitude would not be sustainable long term. However, it's important to note that budgets by their nature are built conservatively. And also, when evaluating some of the costs mentioned on the previous slide for those purchase services, supplies, and equipment, several of them are not annual costs, and we felt the nature of the expenses, whether it be safety or classroom materials, represented essential needs for our students and warranted inclusion in this year's budget. And that's also taking into account the fact that we are predicting to finish about $2 million under budget for fiscal year 24 when that gets finally closed out. So that being said, there is an understanding that budgets in these areas will need to be scaled back again in the following year, and our 5-year projection is taking that assumption into account. Then down at the bottom half of the slide, we have an itemization of our expected capital and debt expenditures. The amount being invested in capital improvements is quite substantial this year, $45 million. And then in total, our budget expenditures are expected to be just under $139 million for the year. On these next couple slides, I just wanted to drill down a little bit further for you into the non-payroll portion of the budget to point out the specific categories that are driving our budget increases. So for purchase services, the costs of transportation services have risen nationwide post-pandemic, and we certainly saw that in our most recent contract renewal. The district is also seeing an increase in the coming year for rental costs, as several of our programs will need access to space off-site as a result of the construction. So those are kind of the two areas I've highlighted with the green arrows as having changed the most within the purchase services section of the budget. Similarly, in the chart on the right, the math textbook adoption and new utility contracts are creating the two largest category spikes within supplies and materials. Some of the significant equipment purchases in fiscal year 25 mostly pertain to technology and vehicle replacements. And despite their inclusion in the budget, these items are brought to the board separately for approval in accordance with our procurement policy. The other objects category is almost entirely dependent on tuition for special education students. The budget is planning for 2 additional outplaced students compared to the previous year. And as a whole, we're seeing that the placement schools serving our students with IEPs in the coming fiscal year are on the higher end of the average range that we typically see for tuition. We've already had a good deal of discussion on the debt certificates planned for this year as part of our Project 2 financing plan. So this slide just serves as a reminder of the parameters we're working within for that issuance, and also that the payoff of the debt is subsidized by transfers from the district's operating funds. So we do have the assumption built in of an August/September issuance, which would mean 2 interest payments being made in fiscal year 25. Okay, here we get a look at the big picture impact of the budget on the district's fund balance. Our primary focus is on the operating funds, which is shown on the top half of the slide. And that's because these funds represent the core operations of the district. If you look in the middle column labeled surplus deficit, the budget anticipates an operating surplus of about $9 million. But in the next column to the right, we have transfers of nearly $6 million going out to fund capital projects and debt service payments. So that's going to leave us with an ending fund balance in the neighborhood of $68 million by the end of the year. In terms of our fund balance policy, that equates to about 75% of operating expenditures. Then in the lower half of the slide, we have our non-operating funds. And I've highlighted in yellow the $45 million of funding provided by the expected debt issuance. Some of those proceeds will carry over to next year, and our total fund balance at the end of fiscal year 25 is expected to be $84 million. When it comes to budgeting, it's good to be aware ahead of time of some of the assumptions that could have the greatest variance on actual results if they veer off course. So that's kind of what this list here represents. I've touched on the top 3 items already, but in the 4th bullet point, when it comes to multi-year construction projects, we always have to watch for timing differences in how a project progresses as compared to initial draw schedules. Then in terms of donations and planning for that, there's inherently some uncertainty involved with those until the money is actually received. So as a whole with this list, we'll be keeping a close eye on all of these items going forward. And if discrepancies start to arise, we will continue to report those out to the board in our quarterly budget variance reports. Then the last thing for the board's review as part of this presentation is an updated model of our 5-year financial projection. So here on slide 13, you can see a condensed version of just our operating funds. I always like to point out the row at the bottom highlighted in green, and the main storyline there, this is our fund balance as a percentage of operating expenditures. And the main storyline there is the significant drop that you see in that percentage between fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26 from 75% to 35%. Fiscal year 26 includes the largest share of Project 2 expenses. And by that point, our debt proceeds will have been consumed and we'll need to transfer money from the operating funds to cover the remainder of the project. That's also evident by this outlier that you'll see on the total transfers line in fiscal year 26 for $42 million going out from operating funds and into capital projects. Fiscal year 26 is also the first year when the operating fund balance finishes within our targeted range of 25 to 50%. And then it's expected to stay there in subsequent years of the projection. We do see a temporary boost in fiscal year 28 because of the rebates from the geothermal project coming in. But then there are some spikes in the 10-year maintenance plan work scheduled for the summers of 2028 and 2029 that would bring our fund balance down to 29% by the end of fiscal year 29, assuming we continue to fund those projects from our reserves like we have in the past. Then lastly, we have a graphical view of the previous slide. And again, this shows that our fiscal year 25 budget has us positioned to be within our targeted fund balance range in each of the next 4 years of our financial projection. So that concludes my presentation, and then I'll turn it over to the board for any questions you may have.
Would like to. Graham?
No, you go ahead. This is pretty thorough.
Yeah.
It's pretty thorough. I have half a dozen, but I usually hold on. Okay. I'm gonna start, I don't know whether to start big or little.
Yes.
I'm gonna start big and then I'll get into my specific questions. Right, philosophical questions are a statement. This is a quote from a principle that I live from at work, and it's called, "Just because you can explain it doesn't mean it's acceptable." So I think things were explained very well, but a 9.1% increase in expenses is certainly not sustainable and scares the Jesus out of me. Okay, that's my starting point, and in today's world, what's our student count going up percentage wise?
Off the top of my head, I'm not certain.
I think it's
Yeah.
static, so we're spending 9% more money outside of capital for the same student population. And you know, we can get into the details, but I'm starting with I struggle with that big time. And then I hear through the dialogue, this is but we budget on a conservative spending tool. So if you look at the last number of years, we've always beat our budget. And so I struggle with trying to approve something that says, okay, I'm going to approve a 9.1%, which is totally unacceptable, right? When, with the hope that we're going to underspend. That's just, I don't understand the conservatism that we have put in and historically, and why. I would like to see realism. I don't know, because if 9.1% is real, it scares I said it scares the heck out of me. In today's world, in tomorrow's world, and in yesterday's world. So that's my drive, and I'm now in the sand trap, but I'm going to dig myself out. All right, so here are my specific questions that I'd like to understand moving forward. One is, there's a reference to a $3.5 million capital grant. Can you provide a little more color on how that came to be and what the requirements and stipulations are for that?
You want to take that one?
No.
Okay.
I don't. Okay, I wouldn't say it.
That was written in it was worked on by the Imagine Foundation, working with Senator Harmon in the state's budget to provide funding for the sustainability capital efforts that are going on in the district.
Yeah, I apologize, of course.
Okay. So as we look at the Imagine donations, et cetera, is that kind of being earmarked against that in our looks?
I apologize in advance for this answer. Because it's in some cases yes, and in some cases no, but I'll qualify that. For the purposes of our budget, we are not double counting that money. We are treating that as a grant because it's coming directly from the state.
Yes.
To the district. Now that does not say that Imagine cannot count that as money they've raised and put towards the efforts of the district, because they did a lot of the heavy lifting to go acquire that. So that's why I say in some cases yes, in some cases no.
My next question is, in your data, you have a series of, I think it came out to about 1.6 million of computers and other stuff, right? And they were written as unforeseen, accelerated, et cetera. But there, and in some cases, things that have multiple a life that is not a single year. So it would be helpful, to better understand really what is the annual pulse of what we're spending versus what, these spikes and valleys. How much of that is a one-time, if it's a computer as an example, and if the computer has a 3-year life, then we would expect in 3 years to have another tranche of things, but it would be helpful to better understand what in this budget is an every year, we spend it every year, and what has longer than a year life. Because we don't, from an accounting treatment, we don't capitalize all that stuff and present it that way. That's a way I'm more familiar with understanding things that really take in every expenditure and say, yeah, if we're spending stuff that's 3 years, I'm gonna charge you a third of it each. Year. We don't depreciate that. But it would be helpful to understand that.
And a comment I had is kind of connected to that, because one of my questions that you entered ahead of time was really around what's the useful life of some of the things that you had to do, like the network switches and some of the servers, and it's like, 25 and 10 years. So thinking about, to Tom, part of my question, would there be other things like that that were in the budget that we should be thinking about? I understand that you have that spike in a year where you have to fund them, but then what does the pipeline look?
And one thing I'll add to as a response to that is I would say the expense line that's labeled capital and non-capital equipment, that's where you'll find the bulk of those types of items. And that line is the most subject to move up and down, as you were stating, from year to year. And one thing we do to kind of help track that and monitor that is, as part of our budget preparation process, when we're requesting information from all of our budget managers, we do ask them to give us a 4-year outlook into the future of those types of items and what they expect to be coming down the road, to kind of help us with that accuracy on the financial projections and so forth. So, that gets them thinking about, like, all right, I'm buying this piece of equipment now this year. When will I have to buy it again? Is it in 5 years? Is it in, 8 years? And we've got, notes and ways of tracking that within our budgets and financial projections to kind of help manage that ebb and flow.
That's helpful to hear, right? Because if you're doing kind of those capital projections, then to Tom's point, be helpful to have a sense of what that looks like as we think about upcoming years.
I've got a couple more and then I'll cede the floor. The next one is, you mentioned rentals and other things, and it's a question I had asked previously, but clearly we are in a construction mode, and so there are expenses that we're incurring as a result of the fact that we are displacing or whatever. Project 2 operating expenses do we have that quantified and bucketed in this? All the expenses that are tied to the fact that we are not able to use the southeast part of the building, etc.
Yes, as part of our budgeting for this year, we have set up a separate grouping of account codes within our general ledger to track those specific purchases, so that we can look back, next year and say, okay, these expenses are no longer needed now that construction's far enough, we have our space back. And it'll kind of help as we need to go back and gather data as to what additional costs outside of the $102 million capital work, did we have that were, pertaining specifically to project 2.
But Brian, so you're going forward, you're tracking them as you incur them, which is helpful. My question was, in the budget itself, do we have items in the budget that are in that domain?
Oh, yes, we're doing the same thing for the budget.
So can you tell me how much of this spend is directly related? There's a specific line item for rentals, but I'm just saying in aggregate, how much expense in this budget is operating costs? That's an ask I have. If you know the answer, great. If not, that's what I'm asking to understand.
And space we have to rent because of project 2.
Correct.
Yeah, because I know we also have space we now have to pay for rent that we didn't have to pay for before, like a community center. So I know there's other things in there as well. So,
but I'm just saying, this is all additional expense that is not part of the capital project, but it is needed to run the building because of that. So can you please quantify that value that's in the budget, please?
Yes, I follow your question and I can get that number for you.
In your data, you kind of list assumptions, etc., of things. You have, I want to make sure you have, you mentioned donations as being an area of volatility. The rebates for geothermal, which are they in this budget? You mentioned it, and I'm trying to remember, is it in this budget or is it subsequent years?
Those are projected out in subsequent years. So fiscal year 28 is where we currently have them in the
So
projection.
but they are a risk in 2028.
Sure.
I mean, anytime we're relying on the federal government for money, that's a risk, possibly.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the question is from an ask standpoint, so I kind of just things that I would like to see in prior to my vote is one, I mentioned, oh, one last question, sorry. It's a little side note. Because part of when I said concern is when we look at the 5-year projection model in year 2029, we're getting down to 29%. We're, you know, and then that was the plan, but we're going from 34 to 29, right? In between 27, 28 to 28, 29. And, you know, so I always want to know, what about 29, 30, right? Is the plane going down? Does the plane stabilize? Is the plane going up as we get to that end at the end of this period? Do we know?
There's two important things to note on that year in particular, and then also across these entire projections. The first being, as Elizabeth had said ahead of time, the repayment the annual repayment on debt being lower than what had initially been presented. Because those are new numbers, that savings has not yet been built in. It'll equate to somewhere around a 1% change by that fifth year. This the last being the big driver for that 5% drop down the road is the 10-year capital maintenance plan. There's that's one of the heavier years built in, where right now we're looking at the potential for a lot of work to be done. So that would lead to you know, as we started to get nearer to that time, you know, is it realistic to do all of that work in 1 year? Does it need to be split out? And then also to comment that Mr. Arkin had made several meetings ago, as we get closer to this and we begin to operate kind of in a tighter fund balance window, as a lot of districts do, is it then time to look at you know, much smaller short-term issuances of debt to cover some capital work, as a lot of districts do? Not saying we have to go down that road, but that's conversations that will be had as we start to move into that, you know, 30 to 40% range.
But we don't know, do we know? I know, you know, we have a 5-year projection model, but have we looked at anything? I mean, I'm looking at, does that say that, you know, there's referendum at 28, 29 on an operating basis? Does this budget tell us that?
I think, like Tony said, it comes down to funding decisions on the capital work. I mean, we're still running surpluses on an operating basis before you factor in those transfers for capital projects. So it just kind of depends on that philosophy of what is the most appropriate way, or what is the district's choice in terms of funding that work. Do we continue using surplus or extra reserves for it, or do we, you know, seek out other alternatives?
And thank Brian, so that I think I follow you. If you look at 28, 29, you show about $5.5 million more revenue than expenses on an operating basis. Am I reading what you just said correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that $5.5 million, if I hear you, is then you've got your operating expenses covered, and that $5.5 million is to cover debt payment.
Correct.
Which is 3.1 or 3.2, right?
Right.
And then the rest is for capital maintenance, and what else?
That would be it.
Okay, so it leaves you with $2 million of capital to break even at that point.
Yes, you got it.
And we've been clearly spending more than 2 million a year in that capital bucket over the long term. So, okay. All right, I'm done with my question. Do I need to restate what my asks are, or are you comfortable?
I think I've got those.
All right, I yield the floor.
I just have, Brett, I have the one question you already answered, obviously looking at the, increase in salaries, that's always the biggest part of any budget. And you mentioned when the first payrolls run August, that you'll do a, reconciliation to the budget. What's that time? Is that the end of August, or when does that typically have that?
Yes, the payroll itself happens, in about just over 2 weeks from now. So the reconciliation will happen as we're processing that payroll, and we'll have that, any changes that come out of that worked into the budget that comes to you in September for final adoption.
Thank you.
So reinforce the annual payments on the debt certificates is how much? What did I do?
3 point, I think it was 3.2 million dollars.
About 3.2.
Yeah, I'm just rounding it.
So on slide 7 again, then the debt certificate payments show 2 million, and just help me understand why that's 2 million.
You pay in 2 installments every year on your debt payments. The one being just is it just principal and then the second is principal and interest, or is the second the interest and the principal and the interest? And those time out to generally December and July payments. Because of the timing of this, we'll only incur one of the payments this year, whereas in future years we'll have both of those in the fiscal year.
And that 2 million is currently based on the market, as Elizabeth just showed it. That number is high for this year. So, once the debt is sold, we'll have that exact number. But she was showing that, as of the day she pulled the market information earlier this week, it would actually be closer to 1.5 million.
And the increase in salaries, is that primarily the 4% across the board raises, or is that just a combination of people in, people out at different salary levels? What all comprises that?
It is a combination. It's, so the base salary increases are factored in, averaging between 3.5%, 4%. There's also, some of the conservatism that I mentioned is, you're comparing it to last year's actual spend, which when we budget, we're assuming that all of the positions in the district are full for the entire portion of the year. Obviously, that's not the case, as people come and go. So you do have time periods where positions are vacant and we're not incurring salary for them. So that, but by making that assumption that all positions are full, it kind of inflates that percentage even higher, than what you would see an average salary increase to be.
The increase in utility costs, you mentioned that is due to some renegotiation that occurred in the last 18 months. Is that more on the gas side or the electric side?
It's actually in both. Both of those rates, both of those contracts that we had previously, the market was low for both of them in the last contract that we had. Not to say that the current contracts are high by any means, just higher compared to what we were seeing before.
That renegotiation would have occurred in 2022 or 2023?
Yeah. Help me with this one, Tony. So gas was in 2024, I believe, and electricity 2023.
Yes, and 2024 is when we had Becky Thompson from Narnia had come in and walked us through the window of when to renew our contract, and then we followed up with the actual terms when it wasn't renewed.
We actually, when that was presented, we bought it at the bottom. We hit it well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, can I go for my second round? I seated the floor. Oh, yeah. I used the wrong. Okay, so just for clarification, we are voting on what in our special meetings related to this? We're voting just to publish this as it is, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And also to set the public hearing date.
And to set a public hearing, we're not voting to approve this budget as when that comes with the final budget, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So. I tentatively, well. Right? We can vote tentatively.
Our obligation to get posted.
Yes. All right. Next subject, please. Thank you. Brian.
Thank you all.
Sorry, you just want to take this next on the ratification of the
Sure.
technology advice.
And we went. Sorry, my microphone. We went through a similar situation last year. This year, because of the timing of the school year, we'd like to accelerate this, and we have 60 devices for the Project Lead the Way program that total $104,586 and $198,240 in staff devices on their annual refresh cycle. Again, as I said last year, I'm kind of here on the side of transparency and having these board approved, even though they do get approved throughout the budget process. But given that we need these in the hands of students and to get them set up and everything, we're looking for approval tonight.
Questions? Vicky?
Okay, next on the item is this is actually referenced. I realize the agenda item here, we have a P in the word approval of that quickly. But we, as referenced earlier in the meeting, actually, our space sharing agreement with the RFCC for the location of our site program is no longer effective because the site program no longer needs our space here, which works well because we need it for the purposes of the project we started. So this is an agreement with RFCC to use that space for the coming year. I don't know if Tony or Andrew Newman is at the table as well, our executive director of special education, as this is a program for our special education students with needs. Additional to share?
No, this becomes a necessity because as we when the time has come where it used to be that they use some of our space and then we use the RFCC and there was no charge really to either party. The Husky Pups program has now moved offsite into the RFCC as they renovated some of their space. So we need to go into a more traditional lessee-lessor relationship. We've had a long-standing relationship with the RFCC, but we do need to now bring the lease forward for approval for the. It says for the next year the somewhat the nature a little bit of retail and capital leasing is the first year you already when you sign you're past the ability to opt out of year 2. So it really this lease would lock us in for 2 years and then we'd have a series of 1-year renewals that was one of the terms that the board at the RFCC really held firm to in our negotiation. But we do have some terms that we were able to get that are very favorable for the district. One would be that instead of a fixed percentage each year, the same ability we have to levy at the lesser of CPI or 5%, our revenue and our expenses will even out in that manner because that's what our lease will grow each year with them.
A couple of questions.
Sure.
I think you said that there are really they moved their Husky pups back to their facility, which gives us the ability to put other things where the Husky pups were, which is a benefit because we need this space. Once project 2 is over, I assume those people that are in that space will then move to space. And will we continue to need this space beyond the end of project 2?
Any one of us can dive into this.
Just for my clarity, in case I need to jump in here, when you say this space, are you saying to lease the
To continue
RTP?
to lease.
Okay,
Yes.
sure.
So due to the nature of this program, the transition program for adults 18 to 22, and best practice is to not have those students on campus. What you're trying to do is actually simulate a community experience and build independence and separate the actual high school experience from the post-secondary experience for adults with disabilities. So I don't ever foresee having this particular program ever be on campus. And even prior to the RCC partnership, they were actually housed in an apartment and it like simulated like living situations. That was a long
I've got two questions. Number one, is this a close to market rate of rent?
Yes, the actual dollar amount is extremely fair.
Okay. And the second is this a long-term solution? Or should we be looking for I've understood, I mean, through the grapevine, that we've been cramped over there. And that there is for the number of students we have, the space may be tight. So my question is this a long-term solution, or should we be strategically thinking about something else?
Yeah, I'll be happy to chime in on that.
Go ahead, Greg. You want me to take it? So the program's growing. I think, I brought many things here to this board simply because of the fact they've extended the age in which we are educating students, right? So I think the teachers, myself, are always thinking about what's best for the program. And so currently this partnership really works and we like the space. But that's not to say we're ruling out any other options, right? Is that right?
That's exactly what I was going to share. So if an opportunity presented itself or something else, we would look at it because of the growing nature of the program. We would owe it to our students in our program to take a look at that. And it's one of the questions we had about this lease that Tony addressed when he was first introducing it. If something were to open up with the year, we'd like to take the tires and take a look at it and see if that could go, because we don't have the ability to opt out of this lease because we're starting it after the year has begun, right? We are really looking at a 2-year commitment. And that's one of the things that we really look to try to see if we can find some flexibility for us for this year. But the need for this space for next year and the value that this space has been over the past, and the partnership we've had with the RFCC has been really valuable. It's served our kids and our teachers well. But our minds need to be open about whatever opportunities we get.
Other questions? But it is a 2-year commitment.
De facto, yes.
So we are, as much as it says it's a 1 year, it's a 2-year because of that we are after July 1st or whatever the start date is. My question is this, we're saying this is an expense for special education, but we also say that Husky Pups has moved over to there. So how much of the expense is associated with the Husky Pups need versus what?
The Husky Pups is not a district program. That was the RFCC program that they were housing in our district as
Yes,
part of the space sharing. So, there's no cost for us for those students going back to the RFCC.
other questions? Thank you.
Okay, last up in our flight of finance items for the evening is the approval of the first student charter extension for 2024 school year. This is annual item and it is in compliance with district policy 460. So I'll turn it over to Tony for any introduction you might have.
Sure. We are at the time that we need to renew our charter routes for field trips and athletic and student activity routes. This was held flat last year, but now for students unwilling to go without increase 2 years in a row. We did a market analysis to see where bids have been coming in compared to the rates that we were able to negotiate. The $70 per hour would have won almost actually would have won every single bid that we looked at for comparable ones. So the rate itself is fair. The conflict costs will not be increasing. This would fall still within our budgeted numbers with this increase. We have in our last round of projections, and when Brian had talked about some of the conservative nature of budgeting, we have right now $570,000 budgeted in this area. A big portion of that is we are unsure with Project 2 and its impact on some athletic competition. We'll have more busing both for practices offsite and then competition. But we still feel in looking at this rate that the increase of 9.5% is from a percentage standpoint high. It's really built on, it's 9.5% over 2 years. We did not have any increase last year, and failing to increase this rate to the 70, I think will make it hard for us to attract the drivers that we need to get our students to their competitions. So.
Questions? I have an ask that I've made, and it's just my, we over the course of the year, we get a variety of transportation related bids. As a board member, it's kind of hard to keep score, and if you could make that easier, just saying, we have, here's all in the same thing, even with some of these student placement issues. Here are the different transportation ones. This one's for, sports teams. This one's for this, but we can kind of bucket it. That would be helpful.
Sure.
For me. I don't know about anybody else, but if it's the consensus of the board, that's an ask. It's just.
We definitely can compile master lists.
Just so that we know, we can say today we're talking about this one, because I never remember, which one's which. Thank you.
Next, got ready to policy.
I think Tony wants to stay and to handle policy, because he gets so much fun with this.
That's right. Tony, thank you for the marathon.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes. All right, next up is policy. We have our request to take video and photos. This is really a standalone unique item that has come to us. And according to the board policy 825, we're bringing it to the board for approval, not this meeting or the special, of course, but 2 weeks from now. If you have any questions about it at all, Karen Sullivan's here to answer it.
And we also have Gabe Showman, who is making a request. Thanks for hanging in there, Gabe.
Long night, Gabe, thank you.
So yeah, if you have any questions, happy to answer them or, yeah.
I had one question.
Yeah.
You know, and it might be in the policy, I didn't reread it, but, whatever is taken, do we have approval before it is released?
That is not in the board policy.
Yes.
If we want that, then I think we'll have to do some sort of contract. Or have some sort of agreement, but that is not stipulated in the policy.
And may I just say, I'm sorry, one thing about that?
This is Meredith McGuire, choral teacher.
Yes,
Hello.
thank you, Meredith, so we should have introduced you.
I didn't realize you were Meredith, sorry
Yes.
about that.
Sorry, I just wanted to chime in, and the plan would be to also just reach out to all of our families that are in that class. So if there's any family that wants to say, we're not comfortable with this, we will absolutely work to make sure that that kid is not included.
I mean, that's my concern, is
Yeah,
that what we release, we don't end up with any liability associated with this, so.
Absolutely. No, there will be communication to the parents beforehand.
And that is per district policy too for release.
Okay, so it is in policy, it's just in.
If they have to approve photo release if we're gonna put something out there for like parents to opt in.
No, so this falls, so it falls under media permissions where the superintendent or designee. If they're given permission to film, if somebody's given permission to film by us and they're not identifying the students, that if their media permissions are set to yes, we can film them without any extra steps. If students are going to be identified, that's when we have to seek permission if their media permissions are set to no.
That's right, that's the better explanation of what I provided. We do have media permissions that are approved and are put like a legal audit.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, but students, my understanding, Gabe, is that our students, the OPR students, they're not gonna be identified by name, and in fact, your goal is to kind of film the backs of their heads, so we're not even really showing their faces.
Correct, yeah, our goal is to film, have cameras at the back of the room, while it's mostly gonna be us as the focus, and just, you know, like you're filming at the back of the auditorium, you know what I mean? It's just the backs of people's heads, and that's gonna be it. So yeah. It won't be like panning of faces, and you know, it won't be like, you know, they do at concerts and stuff.
And I just wanted to clarify, so thank you for clarifying the policy, Karen, and I hear Meredith saying that we're also still learning about all the.
Absolutely, yeah, especially for something like this where there's a commercial use intended, I think it's absolutely the right thing to use to inform the families.
Gabe, welcome back and congratulations on the success of Radius. It's fantastic. Can you, just for context, can you just tell us a little bit about your plan to roll this out at high schools? What's the model? How do you intend to do that?
We're signed with Bass Schuler Entertainment, which is a management agency for just, you know, all types of acts. We've been on their roster for a couple years, and they do a lot of works with high schools and colleges. And we are friends with a bunch of other professional groups from around the country in Boston and New York and Minnesota and Colorado. And they have the same model of just doing these different workshops and going to high schools and even middle schools, but mostly just high schools is more the demographic we're going to, because it's just the age, as I'm sure you all know, it's when people can finally grasp, oh, this is amazing, this is something that I want to do and could see myself doing. And that was that, like, my sophomore year of high school was when I realized I wanted to do music as a career. And here I am now. So we're going to have help with our agents, and we have a database of a bunch of choir directors from District 1, ILMEA, and just from around the state that we're going to reach out to, and it's just kind of cold call, I guess, in a way. But it would help, you know, for teachers to actually see what we're doing, not just take our word for it. So that's why we want to do a pilot run with Miss McGuire at OPRF, just because obviously, you know, former Husky, and she was my teacher. But just that's probably the easiest way to go about it, and just get some footage and see our show in action, so then teachers can be like, oh, okay, now we actually get it. Because reading a script or just kind of seeing our song list is a whole lot different than actually getting video and footage of us doing our thing. Hopefully that answered your question.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Gabe. Good luck to you.
Of course. Thank you.
I do want to make a correction. You're never a former Husky. You're always a Husky.
There we go.
You're right, sorry.
Gabe, I just wanted to add this credit program that you're working on. I don't know whether you've looked at Illinois Arts Council grants, but they have substantial grants for this kind of thing. So you should take a look at their website if you haven't yet, the Illinois Arts Council grants there's a whole set of youth education grants and so on that maybe I think you'd be a good contender for.
Great. Thank you. I'll tell the guys to take a look at that. That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is policies for first read. A reminder, that means that these are policies that have come to us either internally for review because of work we've done, or to us from press. Our committee has already reviewed them and had a really very quick agreement that, because these are mostly policy reference updates. The only real exception to that is the additions that we made because of internal conversations in our business office. You can see those detailed there. If you have any questions about the specific language there, Tony and Brian still on the call, they can chime in and add some insight, but again, these are for first read, and we will be bringing these back to the board in 2 weeks for a second read and approval pending the board's discussion.
Any question for the second item, 2125 board member compensation expense? So the meetings that are covered are the sort of larger meetings and not regular board meetings for expenses, correct?
Let me
Actually,
reacquaint
that's,
myself.
sorry.
Yeah. Correct.
And
Yes,
the
not for
reason-
regular board
And
meetings.
the reason I'm asking is it's continued to be a concern, right, in that, you know, if you imagine a single parent who has young children, who possibly doesn't have a car and lives at the outskirts of the district and wants to run for office, it may be prohibitively expensive for them to attend meetings unless we can reimburse for either travel expenses or childcare or both. And I know there's something in the Illinois state code that came up previously that may have said that we can't reimburse for childcare. I remember there's a whole question about that, but as I'm having a conversation with people who are running for school board, you know, people are concerned about the time commitment primarily, but also any cost.
Sure. Yeah, actually, I think I don't have the specifics. But I think what you're referring to actually is the annual meeting that is held here. Frank used to attend those.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the last time that some policy things came up, they had on there something about reimbursing for childcare and it did not pass.
That's exactly.
Right, so we may not be able to do that, but we could possibly at least include reimbursement for expenses. I don't think board members should have to pay for their own ride share to get into this because they don't have a car, right? And if that's something that's gonna keep them from running for office, I think it's an equity issue. So I don't know where that goes, this whole thing in terms of policy, but I want to raise the question. But I don't know if other people agree on this. I don't think it needs to be discussed in more detail.
I think, Mary, I'd be interested in understanding like what could be done. Or, you know, what is or isn't possible. Like if you do think about people participating in survey on the boards, for some folks that should be a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If we can do something like expenses related to board service, excluding childcare because that's prohibited by statute, like, at least that would be something that would be a step in that direction. Possibly no one would ever take us up with it, but it would be nice to have that part of our policy.
And wonder if, like, I don't know, IFB may have some information about this or.
It's not the highest strategic thing, but we are heading towards the election season. So-
It is a topic that I know iGov and other entities within our community have talked about other boards because, that are not governed by ISB.
Yeah.
And
So
so,
I was trying to remember when we did the library, I think when I was at the library board, we passed something saying we would. Again, I don't know that anyone has ever taken this up on it, but I think we did pass it, so the funds are there as a line item in the budget.
I had a different question, which is policy for the sustainability change. Because most of this is boilerplate, but this is our policy. So I was trying to follow what we're changing.
You're talking about 4:70.
Yes.
It looks to me that they, instead of establishing a goal of at least 50% reduction in solid waste. They're removing a numerical goal, simply saying. As whenever practical and economically feasible to do so.
Yeah, this is something that when we bring this back for a second read, if we don't want to adopt that change, we want to stick to our original numeric, we can certainly do that. This was a recommendation exactly as you read it. They just took it upon themselves to give us a suggested change.
Yeah, who's that? That's my question.
This came from Press Plus. Press Plus.
What I found fun about this is I didn't even realize we had a target of reducing non-energy waste to landfills by 80% by 2030. That's staying in. The oddity to me is we do almost no recycling. We have massive amounts of single-use plastics. It just goes to, so if we're gonna make this goal, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot. Look at cognitive dissonance between this having sustainability issue, but letting the cycle go.
My perspective is if we have an outside entity auditing and writing our own goal and changing it, I think that we need to look at it from our sustainability committee and have them opine on it versus having somebody who is, maybe it was AI that read this and did it, who knows?
We could, I don't read any, it's definitely a bad, I also think the board would have agency to simply say, nope. We don't want, we just passed this policy
Yes.
2 years ago, so we don't want to change it, we want to stick with it. And we could bring this back for a second read with this change simply
We don't think.
removed.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is coming out of press places where they want to, maybe not want to be sustainable. So that may be quite naturally where.
Or they're probably, I read this as them not wanting the district to lock themselves into something, but then your point, I think, is pretty clear, Graham, that I don't understand why they would change one and not the other if that was their rationale.
And actually, I like the idea of giving this back to the sustainability committee for two reasons. One is, you could leave that 50% goal in there, but also still leave the green language that Press added, the economically and practical part, which gives you a lot of flexibility. But the other thing I'd be curious about, I've never been to a sustainability committee meeting, but if we have established a policy to get to 80% reduction in our landfill waste, is there an action plan? Does an action plan exist?
Yeah, I mean, those are all,
Which is why I believe that's where this thing needs to go.
all right, we can, we will remove this from second reading to read and we'll bring it back to our next standards. And in fact, even the policy exactly.
I did try to get my freshman calendar back yesterday because we had one for the summer and the students at the table were like, oh no, we printed so many. We don't need to give it back. And I was like, please take the letter, because this is an extra reuse and, so there's maybe some messaging around, reduce, reuse, recycle. Could be a little more pervasive to the schools.
Can I ask a question about 4:80? So what's the history or background on this interest in laying out all this guidance for how we will track and value assets? There's a lot of new language. I'm just curious what the background is on.
Tony, you can get that better than I can. Or Brian might be able to answer. Oh, Brian just peeked back up.
Yeah, I can chime in on this one. So this came directly from the recommendations that we received from our auditors in last year's audit. So they suggested that we beef up both the capital asset policy as well as how we handle outstanding checks and unclaimed property to kind of align those with the state's reporting requirements. So this is kind of a follow-up to their recommendation letter and show that we are taking their recommendation and moving towards formalizing that policy more. In both cases, we had this practice in place. They just preferred to see it written into actual policy.
And if I remember right, didn't our auditor come to our March CFC meeting? What's the name of that firm again?
Yes, Lauterbach and Amen.
Right. So I've always thought best practice is to have a policy that mandates change out of the audit firm every certain number of years. Do we have a policy that calls for that?
We, there's a board policy that after 5 years, we need to review it and discuss whether we feel like they're doing a good, and this is with the majority of all contracts. We need to see if we are satisfied with the work that they're still doing. And if they are continually, the board feels they're providing everything that they need, they feel that they're giving good transparency, they have the option to renew them, they don't have to change them. But we have to have that conversation after the 5 years.
I don't necessarily want to create more policy work, but in a prior place, we had a policy that you had to change out the vendor after a certain number of years, and also the supervising managing partner had to rotate out, so that you had a different executive sponsor overseeing just to avoid our things. As long as I'm on the board and showing up at CFC, I'm gonna ask this when the good folks from water come through, but something to think about.
Well, and Graham, historically, we had the same firm for a long time.
I remember hearing about that.
And there was discussion, beyond your voice to look at, do we look at another firm? And so it was discussion for the same reasons that you're referencing. But it wasn't codified in policy, but we did make a change, correct, Brian?
We did. So the year that ended June 2023 was the first year that Lauterbach and Amen had taken over our contract. And the other thing I'll say too is that has actually become one of the charges of the CFC committee, is to kind of review and evaluate the use of the audit firm. So when that contract does come up, I would fully expect CFC to be involved in kind of looking at that. And are we satisfied with the service we're getting? How is the pricing? And do we need a fresh set of eyes? All of those factors would kind of come into play in making that decision.
I haven't seen change out, but I have seen people after X number of years just to get to understand pricing, service, what you get for it, whether or not you might want to go.
And one of the things too is you want to give those firms a chance to at least complete several years worth of audits from that way they can develop some efficiencies themselves and get used to how we do things, we get used to how they do things, and that not that pricing is everything when it comes to an audit, but it is an important factor still. And a lot of firms look at those 3, 4, 5 year contracts as a way to kind of develop those efficiencies and give us the fairest price that they can.
Yeah, my concern isn't price driven. It's simply
Right.
such a
Totally with you.
personal stewardship.
You can get comfortable. Brian, my question on this is all of these changes, are we, is there work and process in place such that we are compliant with this policy?
Yes,
With
there
these
is.
changes?
Yes.
Thank you. Wait, we are compliant.
We are, yeah. So the capital asset policy is literally just putting into writing what we're already doing.
We don't have to do anything different, like we're just codifying what we're doing. Okay, thank you.
And as Brian had mentioned, this was a recommendation that was brought forth by the audit firm. And then our finance office was kind of directed by the board to make sure that we don't just see these recommendations, but that we get them implemented. So this is going to follow through to that recommendation.
Okay. I think that covers policy. I'm up. And do we recycle paper here?
I do.
We do. I know, I do. I'm just laughing because I have an abundance. So the next topic is the Bob Skolnick favorite. Board governance.
That's what I came for.
He came for board governance, so we'll give you board governance. How's that? We've talked and we're working on our goals so that we need not talk about Graham, the issue of just a quick update on the cadence and norms, and then I have one other topic. Any?
You want me to give it up? Well.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, so I put all of our freshly drafted norms and operating rhythm into a PowerPoint to make things a little more visually easy to absorb. I also put in that PowerPoint some basic stats in our district, such as our student demographics, staff demographics, our peer districts, and also our strategic plan and our mission. So I sent that to Dr. Johnson and Tom. I've got a list of feedback points. Create an August version of it. And then I guess I'll wait for Tom's approval to then share it with the rest of them. That's.
We also have a conversation tomorrow, I think, with the two of them at the same time.
That's right. So another slide includes the checklist of things we want to see from all reports from the administration. So Tom and Dr. Johnson are going tomorrow to talk through that, fine tune it. So that'll also be in the deck that you'll see.
Okay, thank you. And the other aspect of board governance is we do have the beginning of our school year and the committee liaison and other assignments. When we last met, I asked that if anyone had any wishes or desires to either be on or not be on a certain committee to let me know. And I have the feedback from everyone. Here it is. I'm dramatic with paper. So that, but Jonathan, you made a good point, or in your self-reflective mode of, maybe want to spice it up, right? And try something new. So I want to, there's a few that are auto assigned because of what the role is, but I really do want to honor and get as many right fits as possible. I can assign real easily, but I really would like to know if there are any needs, issues, or wants from individuals. So
It's purely scheduling, but I think it works well for me. That Saturday morning, I'm kind of meeting, it's great for me, so but I can.
Okay. I'm just noting that as a good, I mean, I'm trying to take wants here that, you know, for whatever reason.
Jonathan, principal Parker, they Monday plan out the CCB here. So
Yeah.
I think it would make sense to get that.
You guys are kind of in a groove that to continue. Okay, so I'll keep that going. I'm just throwing, does anyone, you know, finance, I've been I'm just saying I've been on finance since shortly after the Big Bang, I think it was. For 10 years, and Graham's joined me, but if there's anyone interested in CFC, I would see that. If not, I will stay.
Question is, are you recruiting someone to run for office?
Yes.
Who is finance focused?
Yes. Okay. I'm just looking at others that are there. I have a 3-year look, but because there's a lot of newer, you know, there's not a lot of people who have been on the same thing for more than, you know, I do think having change is good. I do think having more than 1 year, like you know, allows you to get CCB going. So, you know, we don't have any real rules, but I don't like permanent membership and things. Okay.
The ones that we were thinking about cutting, are those at now or
We have not removed membership in anything at this juncture. We have made it clear that for a number of the liaison roles, that the role expectations are to be a liaison and not be a permanent, you know, member. And so the expectations are that you show up, you know, show up at the beginning, you make sure you see what is needed and be there as a support, but you don't need to be a meeting member. That was the main change we've made.
Can those be, I'm just thinking for future boards, can those be like bracketed out in a separate category?
Yeah, they are. I mean, I have them all. I have about 6 categories and they have different levels of commitments for that. So, okay. I'm kind of leaving it then. Based on that, I will fill in the rest and send it out, and then people can, you know, yell at me. How's that? And Lisa, in this, which is the document that we have that has the dates and all that stuff.
I actually updated it today. I'll send it to you tonight.
Okay, so we're working off of 2 separate scorecards. If you can send me the real one, I'll just use that as the source, because they, you know, the dates and the chairperson, right? Because many of those have changed.
Yep.
As we go. So, okay, we'll get this done and we'll be set for the school year with names and contact the appropriate leaders, etc. I will not do, pardon?
Just, right, does Applause actually have a meeting on Monday the 12th, next Monday? It's in my calendar.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can find out.
Hold on, I have to check.
Because you guys haven't actually started yet, right? But
I have them on the calendar for September 9th.
September, so not on the 12th. Thank you.
I emailed you just now my preferences, but for what it's worth, I went ahead and loaded in my calendar for Wednesday the 21st, the boosters kickoff thing, so I would just plan to go to that.
Okay.
Be a board presence.
Thank you. All right. With that said, I believe that covers board governance. Graham and I will be working collaboratively to see what then board governance excitement we can bring forward in this coming school year. Okay. Maybe we might have, you know, posters. I'm thinking big.
The real booster.
I'm really. I want to make the front page of the local newspaper with board governance as a tagline. Am I scoring it all? Or do I need a little more excitement?
How about student reps to the school board? What's going on with that?
That's part of board governance, yeah. That will make the front page.
Might.
Okay, there we go. We know the answer to the puzzle. Write the story. Who cares if it's true? All right. All right. I think we are done. We are done with board governance, and I think we are going to any future agenda items.
Is there, this is another question, is there a point at which we can put on a hard hat and get a tour of how the construction's going? Or that's
Fun suggestion.
That was the initial
A
tour.
future agenda item, but our time to do that in the old building is kind of up.
Yeah,
If you drive by and take a look at it, there's not much old building left. And what
So maybe-
there is, but
down the road and there's stuff to see.
absolutely, we had the same request from the Imagine Foundation,
Yeah.
right? As we look at stuff,
And
so
then-
we'll be happy.
And as part of that, I'm just gonna ask now, if you decide if it's okay to take photos or video or social media, let's.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. No, any other future agenda items? I move to adjourn the committee of the whole at 9:50.
Seconds.
And all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We are adjourned, and we're gonna flip into our special board meeting to take action on a couple items. So we can keep going, Lisa?
Yep.
Okay, I probably need to follow some rules here. I call to order the special board meeting at 9:51 p.m. In the board reading room of Oak Park, Everett Forest High School. That's a roll call.
Ms. Williams Lee,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Here.
Mr. Brisbane.
Here.
Mr. Arkin.
Here.
Dr. Maharaj.
Here.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Here.
And Mr. Kowski.
Here. Our first order of business is public comment.
None.
Okay. Our second order of business are action items, of which there are three. First, I move to approve the personnel recommendations, including new hires, resignations, and retirements.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Ms. Williams Lee,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
And Mr. Kowski.
Yes, the motion passes 7-0. Our next is I move to approve the resolution expressing official intent regarding certain capital expenditures to be reimbursed from proceeds of an obligation to be issued by the district. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Ms. Williams Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
And Mr. Kowski.
Yes, the motion passes 7-0. And our third is I move to approve the resolution authorizing preparation, placement for inspection and publication of the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Ms. Williams Lee.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Yes.
And Mr. Kowski.
Yes, the motion passes 7-0. I move to adjourn the special meeting.
It's a 5-hour meeting. Okay. Sorry.
All in favor?
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.